Good evening and welcome to the February 12th, 2024 regular meeting of the Akron Public School Board. Roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Miss Autry.
Present.
Miss Hall.
Present.
Miss Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molnar.
Present.
Mr. Perry.
I'm here.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
7 present, 0 absent.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. And tonight we have with us Student School Board member David Ahn, Caldwell Sales, 11th grader from Bookville CLC. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Would you mind please leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if you can, please stand.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, item 1.3 on our agenda, Superintendent's Book of the Month Club winners. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Archery. I'm pleased to recognize our scholars who read the most books during January. But before I do, I would like to again recognize the top 3 readers during the winter break from December the 22nd to January the 7th. If they're present tonight, please come forward. Kamaya Davis. Ms. Davis. Thank you. Jory Persalti. Deanna Watkins. Let's give them another round of applause, please. They really, thank you so much. They really worked hard. And I appreciate them participating. And I'd like to recognize NSCLC, if the principal is here, David Hill CLC, and STEM High School. I want to recognize them for the schools for participating in the Superintendent's Book Club of the Month with the highest number of books read for high school, for elementary, and for middle school. So let's give those schools and principals and teachers a round of applause. Thank you so much. For January, over 800 books were read by our K-5 scholars. Middle school scholars read 56 and high school 19 books. A shout out to Ms. Summer Lamp, Ennis librarian, who is pushing her scholars to engage in reading every day. Ennis had the highest number of books read for the middle school with 24 books. In elementary, the highest number of books read from David Hill was 316 books. The highest number of books read at the high school level from STEM was, again, 14. The top 3 readers for January, please stand as I call your name. I'm sorry, we had already recognized them, but I want to recognize them again. Deanna Watkins, and she read 9 books. She was a top reader, middle school reader. Thank you, yes. 6th grade, Kamaya Davis at Litchfield. She read 4 books, and the top read. Yes, thank you. And the top reader at STEM High School, again, Jory Pursuti. I hope I pronounced it correctly. From STEM High School. She read 4 books. And we know that research says that when children read, the more that they read, encouraged to read, the better they develop that skill. And the goal is for our scholars collectively for us to read 1 million words, books that would equate to 1 million words this school year. And the number of books, again, that these students read was very impressive. And so I just, again, want to say thank you to our scholars. Thank you to the parents and the principals and teachers, again, and the scholars, again, for the work that you did in ensuring that we did what we wanted to do. And I also want to thank, again, Acme grocery store line chain here in Akron, and also the Summit County library system for being sponsors and supporting us in what we're trying to do around reading and literacy. I think that's it. Okay. Thank you, President Autry.
So at this time, I think we have a representative from the city here, if you'd like to join us. And I'd like to read a resolution of support for the city of Akron. Thank you. This is Rochelle Wardell, Education and Health Strategist from the city of Akron. Thank you and welcome. And I'd like to also acknowledge and thank Member Sykes for her recommendation that we do this resolution of support for the city of Akron. Whereas the Akron Public Schools Board of Education recognizes the importance of public safety and the role of the Akron Police Department in ensuring the safety and well-being of our community, and whereas the Board of Education acknowledges the need for diligent and thorough search for the very best candidate for the job, one who will set a good example for children and apply the law evenly for everyone in our community. And whereas establishing a plan for equitable crime reduction takes courage and more than status quo leadership. On the community side, equitable outcomes mean that the development should afford all neighborhoods a chance to lower crime and improve quality of life of a similar level throughout the entire jurisdiction. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes the importance of a strong working relationship between police and citizens, it further recognizes the need for the next chief to possess a faithful commitment to improving these relationships. More so, we emphasize this with specific regard to the Black and Brown community, which comprises more than 50% of the students we serve. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes the efforts of the city of Akron in engaging with the community in this process, including issuing a community survey in English, Nepali, Spanish, and Arabic, and making that accessible at all of our community surveys, and hosting a community town hall to gather feedback on January 11th, 2024, with plans to host 2 more once final candidates for the position are identified. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Akron City School District, County of Summit, State of Ohio, that the Akron Public School Board of Education supports the City of Akron's hiring search for a new chief of the Akron Police Department, that the Akron Public Schools Board of Education encourages all members of the community to participate in the process by filling out the community survey and attending the town hall meetings, and that a copy of this resolution be made a part of the permanent record of the Akron Board of Education, and that a copy be presented to the City of Akron. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Mayor Malik, I want to express our gratitude and also our commitment to a thorough and transparent process as we find our next police chief. Thank you so much. This is incredibly kind and thoughtful. Thank you.
And so at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve this resolution in support of the City of Akron and their search for a new chief of police.
So moved.
It has been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Jackson. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And moving on in our agenda, next we have community and school reflections. Are there any community and school reflections? We will actually start with our Scholar Board member. Go right ahead, Mr. Caldwell Sales.
Hi, my name is Devon Caldwell Sales. I am a junior at Bookdale COC. This is my first year being a part of the Scholar Board. I am very excited to be here. I am enrolled in the IT technology pathway at Bookdale COC. I was looking to be a part of the tech company, fixing computers and other technological items. As a kid, I always wanted to be a lawyer. I always believed that technology and law can go hand in hand with each other, and maybe I could make a career out of it once I grow up. As a kid, I took a trip to the Akron University College, and we took a tour around and looked at it, and I took a tour of another college when I was little. I didn't really like the college, but Akron University had a really nice format to it. And it was a nice layout. We've seen the gym. They have a nice big gym. They have a nice school area, and they have a big field for technology. And as in my 10th grade year, we seen the esports area, and I was a big fan of esports and gaming as a kid, so that was a really big part of me. So I really liked how much money and how good the stuff was at the esports area. So yeah, as a sophomore, we took another tour of the Akron University, and the format got even better. It was bigger spacing, bigger items. The esports got even bigger, which is very nice for me as a kid. I'm a fan of technology, but when it comes to math, I didn't do so much good at it when I was in middle school. But coming into high school as a sophomore, I had a teacher named Mr. Hake at Bookdale COC who really turned it around for me. He explained math in a way I could understand. And starting this year as a junior, I have another math teacher named Mr. Nichols. He explained things in a fun way, ways that I can understand and stay entertained at the same time. Another thing at Bookdale that was really intriguing to me was the PBIS store. The store had snacks like chips, fruit roll-ups, Rice Krispie treats, phone chargers. It also had drinks like Gatorade. In order to gain these items, the students had to gain kickboard points. For example, if a student was to walk into class and pulled his Chromebook out and got to work and was ready, the teacher would award him with $10 in kickboard points. So the PBIS store really helps students stay motivated for class, come to class and be prepared, and really stay focused on the task at hand. So it was really good for the PBIS store. But adults felt that we should have more healthier items in the PBIS store. Due to them having more healthy items, students weren't as motivated to gain kickboard points, causing the kickboard points and PBIL store in itself to go away. My call to action to the board is to allow students to have input into what motivates them. The PBIS store was only open twice a month with a limit to purchase 2 items at a time. 2 items shouldn't really hurt anyone's health. If students have the choice to choose what they receive and what motivates them, I feel like they will be more focused and do better in school. If students were more motivated, it would shine on not only the school, but the APS board itself. The APS schools would be seen as a place of excellence, and it would bring in more learners. On my behalf of the Scholar Board, thank you for allowing me to speak. Are there any questions?
Do we have any questions or comments for our student board member, Mr. Perry?
Yeah, so no question, Devion, just a statement. So I went to the esports at STEM High and looked at about a year ago, and it's very impressive. I'm curious, did you find out about the scholarships they have for esports?
I did not.
Okay, I mean, I was told they have a lot of scholarships you can get, like a full ride through college. So if that's something you're interested in, for sure.
We did take a trip to the IX Center this year for our technology pathway field trip, and they were talking a lot about how, I forget what school they had, but it was an esports section, and they were talking about a lot of scholarships that they were giving out and a lot of the gaming teams that were going to, like, tournaments and whatnot. So that was nice to hear about.
Yeah. And they apparently they make their own games, video games and stuff. I was very impressed by it. So
Yeah,
I thought it was just guys sitting on the couch playing video games like I used to do 30 years ago, but it wasn't that for sure.
Yeah, we are currently in our programming class in the IT pathway. There are some students, like the seniors and some of the juniors, learning how to program games and make them.
Yeah, impressive. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms.
Thank
Hall?
you, Madam President. I just want to say I commend you on your enthusiasm, your excitement about school and what it can be, and more kids. You being that role model is amazing for the younger kids. So I commend you on what you do, and I'm a beast at Tetris and Miss Pac-Man, so, But I just want to thank you for coming today and sharing your world with us. Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I want to thank you for coming in and doing such a good job, because we need you young men. There are a lot of our young men who are not making it, and we need young men like you to continue to trail the blazes so that other young people and young men like you can follow and do well. So continue to do the things you're doing, be a mentor, be a guide, and be a leader over there at Bookto, okay? And good job. You did a really good job today. We appreciate you.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Any other comments or questions? Dr. Molnar?
You said I could freestyle it, so I'm going to really try here. But I think I'm going to jump on the esports thing, too, because it's one of the few things that I have experienced also, because I work at the University of Akron, too. So I don't know if you've ever attended any of the esports games, but they actually have a mini esports arena at the University of Akron. So they're the Rocket League champs, but they have, I think, 3 varsity teams. And a lot of the times you can go and attend for free. It doesn't cost anything, and you can sit and watch. It's like watching YouTube happen live, is what my son said when we were there. So I don't know if you've ever attended any of the live esports events, but the teamwork, it's actually very surprising. I think everyone should attend an esports event of some kind somewhere if you can, because everyone, it's like other sports. Everyone has a position, everyone has a role. So I don't know if you've been there or want any information, but please email me and I can text you their address.
Yeah, I will make sure to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I also want to thank you as well. I noticed it looked like you had most of that memorized, so I just have to give you props on that right there. You seem very confident, and so I just want to continue to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. And as a product of 1040, I'm absolutely proud of you as well, so keep doing what you do. And so, you mentioned about having more choices. What are the healthy things that you guys didn't like that were replaced?
Well, at the PBIS store, they replaced more of the chips items with like veggie sticks. I don't know if you ever heard of them before, but there was like different flavor veggie sticks, and I guess the students didn't really appreciate those. They had Nutri-Grain bars there as well for people to choose. I personally like them, but other students don't, which is fine. And they had a list out for us to choose items, to like healthy items for them to put in, but they didn't get enough people putting in stuff in, so they just canceled it.
Okay, and you said they're open twice a week?
It's twice a week, like 2 times a month.
Twice a week, 2 times a month. Okay. And so I would love to know if there's a way like we can donate, possibly. Maybe we can get some information and help support that. So, but thanks again for being here with us tonight and sharing.
You're welcome.
Are there any other community and school reflections? Ms. Jackson.
Also, thank you, Davon Caldwell Sales. I appreciate having you here today. I've known you for a very long time, so I'm extremely proud of you and your sister. His sister was one of our RLTC members that did the color guard from Bookdale High School. Deneva Caldwell. So I'm glad to see you and to see the legacy continuing in you both. You're a wonderful family, great young people, so keep it up. And also, make sure you email Member Monar about the esports and get engaged. And as Job told you about scholarship, because now is the time. And the earlier that you find out about them, I want you to apply now, because it's clearly you're passionate about, as President had mentioned, you're passionate about it. And so what you want to do is engage your life in what you're passionate about, so it feel like you're never working, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's how I feel about education. So, yes, I attended Helen Arnold. I saw, Madam President, I saw that you were there, and I seen someone else. I can't remember who I saw. But anyway, it was a great program. I was so excited. I know that Sir Larry Johnson was their superintendent, had came into the Black History Celebration at Helen Arnold COC. I was able to talk to the Helen Arnold family, which was great to see them and to speak with them, and they were so gracious. They allowed me to sit at their table. But really what I liked is how the music teacher engaged with the students who were singing. And the students really sounded good. But the only thing that I would say, and I said I was going to say this on the mic, for all the community members watching that may have audio and visual equipment that they want to donate or can bless the school with a sound system, that would be a tremendous blessing for Helen Arnold, because as well as those young people were doing, the audio was not crisp and as good as it could be. And it was a great attendance, great after-school attendance. And often we hear parents don't show up or people don't attend after-school programs, and it was a packed event. And it was really my pleasure to be there. And so I want to give a shout out to the Helen Arnold music teacher and all of the families and the students that attended, as well as the staff members, because they put on a very great program and paid great honor to Helen Arnold as well. So that's my reflection, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other reflections? Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, the community, I had the honor of traveling back to Columbus for the swearing in of Veronica Sims, who is now our new state representative. And Akron really should be proud of Veronica Sims and a number of the state representatives and senators that we've sent to Columbus, especially in the area of education. Because when you have Veronica Sims there, Representative Golonsky, Representative Sykes, Senator Sykes, those types of people, they understand and appreciate what it means to, when we say that the state of Ohio has the constitutional responsibility to adequately educate our children in public schools. So we find ourselves now that we are competing with legislators and the governor, who tends to think that educating our children means vouchers. So we are fighting literally on the 2 different tracks, whereby the Legislative Service Office tell us that this year $412 million, combined with the previous cost of vouchers is about $500 million, also per policy matters. Next year, it is estimated that we will find ourselves seeing vouchers going to the level of $1 billion. $1 billion will be taken out of our public school system, will be directed to private schools and vouchers away from our system. So we tend to sit here and we argue over a few $100,000 when we're talking about $1 billion will be going into vouchers. And we wonder why we have problems with funding in our public school system. We wonder why we're arguing about whether or not our teachers can tutor and we can pay them the adequate amount that they need in order to tutor our children. I can remember, yes, in 1995 when Governor Voinovich promoted vouchers for private schools in Cleveland. But it was just to deal with those children who were disadvantaged in the schools that was having all types of problems and not adequately teaching our children. I can remember Fannie Lewis, who was the school board member, who was a city council member, and how she would talk all the time about her grandchildren were not being adequately educated in the Akron public school system, in the Cleveland public school system. So when this legislation was passed, it was to make sure that children who was in the disadvantaged communities were going to receive vouchers to help them, to move them along, and that in turn would help the total state. Now we found ourselves that we're on the threshold of spending $1 billion for vouchers. You know, so thank goodness for Representative Veronica Sims and the other legislators, some of those that we have voted for and sit down to Columbus, because this is the fight. This is the battle. The enemy is not in this room. The enemy is in Columbus that continues to think that vouchers, that continues to think taking money out of the Akron public school system, the Cleveland public school system, the Youngstown public school system, and throughout the state, it's what the Constitution means when it says the state of Ohio has the constitutional responsibility to adequately educate our children in public schools. Until we all come together, and particularly the top 8 schools, and say no more. We are paying the taxes. Our taxes are being diverted from our public school system. We are looking for ways every day, including levies, to try to educate our children. We continue to look at ways that we can give our children the extra boost that they need, because our tax dollars are going to vouchers. This has to stop. We have to work together to make sure that it does. And when we talk about our mayor's office throughout the state, and every mayor will say, our city goes the way that our school goes. Our city goes where our school goes. Our schools can't go any further if we are constantly looking at monies being taken out of our public school system and going into the private school system and going into vouchers. We have no place to go but down. We need everyone to work with us. Again, congratulations to Representative Veronica Sims. I know she is a voice in Columbus now for us. We all need to make sure that we are interacting with our legislators to let them know. As I was there, I found that there's other legislation that's coming for the next General Assembly that's going to be cutting out more of our public dollars to go to vouchers. More and more and more. Our children are facing all types of obstacles. They need our help. We need to do it. We need to do it now. And we all need to work together to make sure that our public dollars are being spent on our public education, because that's what the Constitution says, that's what we've asked for, and that is what our children deserve. Because of the tutoring questions that we've talked about these last few weeks, more individuals are contacting me about how do we volunteer to tutor? Can we volunteer to tutor? We don't need to be paid. How do we volunteer to tutor? What is the policy? What is the procedure? And I talked a little bit about it to our president before the meeting started. So I would like to take a look at to make sure that we have that information so that we can let our parents know, our grandparents, our neighbors know what are the requirements within the Akron Public School system for individuals to volunteer to tutor. But we also want to look at what are we doing with the individuals that's being paid to tutor. I took a look at an editorial that was in the Akron Beacon Journal of a writer who talked about 6 of her students who passed the Ohio State Bar. And one of those 2 who did not was a student that she called Tyrone in a previous column. So I went back to try to find out what was this story about Tyrone. But as I was doing that, I came up on a June 11 issue where the same person wrote a story. What do poor people look like? Again, she stated she worked the past year in Akron Public School elementary building with some of the poorest students in the district. These students may have undeserved needs, but they are as clean and well-groomed as any student body in any affluence district. And I stumbled through this because it makes me angry every time I read it. This article said, what do poor people look like? And she says that she worked the past year in Akron Public School elementary buildings with some of the poorest students in the district. And these students may have many undeserved needs, but they are as clean and well-groomed as any student body in an affluent district. Well, who ever thought our students were not clean? Who asked her about the cleanliness of our students? What does that have to do with her being a tutor in our Akron Public School system? She said that most of the children in the school that she tutored came from families that clearly loved them, even the students whose parents do not prioritize getting their children to school regularly. What does that have to do with being a tutor in our Akron Public School system? She said one 6-year-old girl whom she reassigned to her more advanced reading group told her that her mother was fired for getting into a fight at work. Where is the confidentiality here? What are the policies that we're using in the Akron Public School system for our tutors? Not just our volunteer students, but this person says she is paid. An older student, she says, whose family lacks permanent housing, loved to read, but she is chronically absent. And no doubt, would have to have extra tutors. You know, this, Madam President, this, Mr. Superintendent, is something that we need to look at our policy. Are we hiring individuals to come into our schools to gather information about our students and to go publish it in the local newspaper? Where is the confidentiality? So just because you use a student's name other than their legal name, if that student family reads this, they know who Tyrone is by the situation that she has presented in this newspaper. This is exploitation. And when I say exploitation, what I mean is that she's using this. This is a situation that she's using it to gain unfair advantage for herself in order to be able to write her articles. And it is morally incorrect, which means unethical. So I'm asking you, Madam President, let's find our policy and see what our policy says about this. I'm asking you, Mr. Superintendent, let's look at this and see if there is some loophole that allows this. I'm asking our communications director, if this person informed you that her plans were to write an article about our students, what gives her the right to do this? What gives her the right to do this? Have our children, do they not have enough problems already? Is it that we think that we can see this in the newspaper and they not know that it's them that she's talking about? This is hurtful, this is painful, and I'm asking us to look at this policy that allows this to happen. I didn't even go back anymore to find the article that she made reference to, how she had written a story about Tyrone, because it was already too hurtful. I didn't want to know what she had said about Tyrone. Tyrones deserve better. Every child in this Akron public school system deserve better, and we as a community deserve better. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Are there any other community or school reflections? Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week I visited Findlay CLC, and wow, our community is so diverse. It's so amazing. Like, Akron is like the pathway for our kids to learn so many different languages, not just Mandarin or Spanish or French. It's every single language that's represented here. So at Findlay, I met with the principal, Teresa Asado. I apologize for maybe messing up your last name if I didn't pronounce it correctly. But they have 560 kids there. They are to their max, which is great, you know, to have a school to be to your max. They represent 26 countries, 9 different languages. I learned about the hexagonal thinking, where the children were on the floor and they had a person, Ella, and they created a story based off of their impression of how they felt, and then their definitions, right? And I thought that was amazing. All the kids were engaged. The teachers were using the speaker system that they have, and I was like, what is that around their neck? And it was a speaker where all the kids could hear and they could engage and they can, you know, speak back. The part that I was kind of sad about was that because the school is so full, that they don't have enough room to teach the kids. So they're making do. I don't want to make it sound bad or anything like that, but they had tables in the hallways, and they were tutoring the kids. They were, Mrs. Deborah G., she said there are 99% of the kindergarten classes that come into the schools that are not ready. Preschool is important. But she was doing her best to get the kids where they needed to be, in the hallway. And it wasn't like other kids walking by looking and, you know, at the kids. This is their norm. You know, every kid there was excited. Also, you know, the teachers at that school stood together because the intervention team, there's 3 specialists there. They have nowhere to go. No classroom, no nothing. So the teachers gave up their break room so they can go in there and be a service to the children. They want a preschool program in their school. They're like, where would it be? We don't know. Maybe we can build another level on the rooftop. Whatever it is, we want to have a preschool program in our school so that we can help the children alone get to where they need to be, so that we can stop the, you know, kids aren't ready at 3rd grade, reading at 3rd grade or at 4th grade. So this staff and the principal at Findlay, they're doing a remarkable, remarkable job. But because this school has 9 different languages and the North Hill District is internationally, like this school is 50% international students and 50% American students. I would love to see, they don't have a foreign language in that school. I would love to see the children, the American children that don't speak a foreign language, be able to learn and be able to conversate with their fellow classmates. You know, they're coming here to learn English. Why can't we teach their language? And I think we can set our children up for success in all different ways by them having a second language in the elementary school. Also, I want to just say that there was a program that I'm involved in called East Spirit. It's an Akron, Cleveland chapter of the National Black Skiers Association. and I enrolled my daughter and friends in this program, and it's teaching African American children how to ski. You know, we don't always have the opportunities as everyone else, but for this organization to be able to do that, I thought it was big. Free, you get your rentals at Boston Mills, you get your gear. They even supply coats, snow pants, hats, gloves to these kids, and it's a 5-week program. I did it myself. I skied too, fell a couple times, knees hurt a little bit, but I got up. But as I stopped and just took a fresh breath of air and looked around and saw all of these children snowboarding, skiing, jumping down the hill, I was like, oh my gosh, like I want to do that one day. But the excitement these kids had, they would have never had this opportunity if it was not for this group. So, you know, when we hear about things, I plan to get it out in the community so that more kids can take advantage of this. Because you never know, I say sky's the limit. And we can go past the sky if need be, but all the children should have an opportunity that everyone else has, regardless of the cost, what it may be. I think every child should have the same opportunity to be awesome, to be great, and know that they can be whatever they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. Are there any other community and school reflections? Dr. Bolnar?
Thank you, Madam President. As Member Hall started, we do have a very diverse community here in Akron, so I do want to give a reminder. This is a time when a lot of our families are celebrating the new year, Lunar New Year. I see Member Sykes is in red. I'm in purple. It's my lucky color this year. Next Saturday, our STEM students will be performing with Downtown Akron Partnership at the Civic Theater. Last year, I know a lot of families had trouble getting in because of it was in a new location, and so it was difficult to get into the Civic Theater. So there's some families last year who weren't able to see their students perform, and that was difficult as a parent to stand outside while your child is inside. So this year I think they're selling tickets, so just a reminder that that's what needs to happen. I guess this year it's a different process, but moving backwards from the future, which is next Saturday, last Saturday was actually the Lunar New Year. So we celebrated Spring Festival, and then last Friday, my son and I went to the Akron Public Schools VEX Robotics League Championship at STEM High School. And we are so lucky in Akron to have a large enough district that we have our City Series track and our City Series basketball, that we have enough robotics teams that we have our City Series Robotics Championships. So there were over 40 APS teams. We had 6 middle schools participate, 4 high schools participate, and the robotics championships are not just championships, but the challenges are different every year. They get a new challenge at Worlds every year. So the challenge this year, it was kind of like a robot soccer, not really, kind of, but it was really interesting just to see all of the students with their laptops and their power tools, and when robots clashed, pieces falling off. And I want to say thank you to Aloysia from Jennings. She saw that I looked in need because we stayed a lot longer than expected and we had not had dinner. And she looked, sat on me and gave me 2 pieces of candy, and I got to hold her robot. So I want to say thank you for that experience. They even had a photo area. So I saw a lot of students having fun, joining each other on the break times, taking those memorable photos. And to continue on students, I also got an email from Sydney from Miller South, and I want to read this email because this is the first email I've gotten like this from a student, and I am so excited with all of the equity work that's been happening in the district and the student board members and Ms. Dreama, all the work you're doing with Student Voice, that now we have students I didn't even know what a board member was when I was in middle school, but they are excited and empowered to email us and ask for things. And so she sent me this email, and I want to read it so everyone can hear this big ask and kind of amplify her voice as best I can. Last week, I know there was a conversation that, for donations to the Firestone cheerleaders. They had a pep rally last week, and they're at Nationals now at Disney World. And so now the next ask here is the students at Miller South are putting on The Lion King. And this is what she wrote to me. The students at Miller South will be making masks, costumes, props, set, and so much more for this production. However, there's a problem due to the productions being fully funded by donation. There's not enough donations for all the supplies needed for, and she quoted, the biggest production Miller South has ever put on. And she said, this will limit our creativity and the potential that the production has. And she said, she continued, we need help from the community to help the department by donating to help fund the production. Any amount is greatly appreciated. And then she attached a sponsor form and said if I would like to donate to the theater department. So I am willing to share this. If anybody would like, I can forward that email to you. But thank you for emailing me, and I'm very proud of our students.
Make sure. Send it to me.
Thank you, Member Molnar. Any other community or school reflections? And so I'll just quickly say, lastly, since we've last met, I've had the opportunity to attend several sporting events. And I know people always say, here she goes again. But these students, probably over 3,000 of our students are scholar athletes. And if that's what keeps them engaged and striving for a GPA to stay on the team, I'm all for that. And so I had the opportunity to see Elliott girls basketball versus Buchtel in the City Series Championship, and congratulations to Elliott girls for their third City Series Championship in a row. I'm told that team has a 3.3 average as a team, so congratulations to them. And I also had the opportunity to see an East Middle School girls versus I Promise girls basketball game. That was really nice to see, along with those cheerleaders. And just a quick thank you to the University of Akron, who's going to be hosting the middle school girls and boys championship basketball game tomorrow. You mentioned Firestone cheer at the national level, and I'm happy to report that those ladies placed 12th in the nation, and so that's something we should definitely be proud of. Congratulations to all of them. Also, since we last met, I had the opportunity to visit Mason CLC during their Kindness Week. They had a kindness tunnel where we welcome all the students in. Some of them were like, what are these folks doing? They were sleepy walking in the door, and we're clapping and singing and having signage. And the mayor was there. It was just a wonderful way to start the day. I was able to also visit the King CLC ribbon cutting for their book vending machine. I know there's one at Helen Arnold already, and so it was nice to see that being contagious to other schools. And thank you to the GAR Foundation who helped fund that, and also their PTA who kicked in the rest of the money, and then also the grant writers, the teachers over there at King CLC, Mrs. Spratling, Mrs. Tabata, and Mrs. Panovich, who actually wrote the grant to make sure that that happened. That was a great event as well. Also visited Buchtel CLC for their Freshman Academy presentation fair, and this is where students get to see the different pathways and select which one they're going to move forward on. Thank you to all of those teachers who participated in supporting those students. That was also a well-attended event, and it was just nice to see folks out. Vice President Jackson mentioned the Black History Celebration. One of my favorite parts of that is they honored and recognized all of the students that were on honor and merit roll that evening as well. So that was really nice to see. We really need a comprehensive list, but last week many of our high schools had a signing day for college. And I'm not going to try to remember every single student where they're going, but I am requesting from our AD department a comprehensive list. But we did have seniors sign for Toledo, Central State, Findlay, Defiance, Notre Dame College, and also our very own student board member, Cochise Griffin. That's where he'll be going. And then also Hampton, Ashland, Otterbein, and Ohio Wesleyan. So those are just some of the colleges that our scholars at APS have signed to. So congratulations to all of them and their hard work, their families, and their coaches. And then lastly, I just wanted to congratulate the Akron Alternative Academy, who had a graduating class. I think it was the night of our special board meeting. I feel bad that I was not able to attend, but congratulations. I believe they had 20 scholars who graduated on that day. So congratulations to them and their team. And that's all that I have at this time. So next on the agenda, item 3.1, we do have several requests to address the school board. And so as I call up the first person, Ms. Dawn Blakeney, I will read the little preamble. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific students or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. Thank you, Mrs. Blakeney. You may proceed.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Blakeney, and I have taught in Akron Public Schools for 30 years. I have 21 wonderful, hardworking students in my first grade classroom at Forest Hill Elementary. 76% of my class are English second language students, speaking Nepali, Spanish, Karen, and Burmese. One child that I've had less than a month speaks no English at all. While our parents are beyond supportive and engaged, the academic instruction my students receive comes from Akron teachers and tutors that know them and understand their unique needs for specialized instruction. Our educators have become progressively stretched and disheartened by the resources walking out of their classroom doors and being directed to private schools. You have and will continue to hear from some community members, those that have little idea of the daily reality of our classrooms, saying that our students are being cheated out of an amazing opportunity with these online tutoring companies. Even our own superintendent inferred that this was a sad day at APS because we are marginalizing our students by denying them the help they need to recover their education. Well, the real marginalization of our children is diverting much-needed resources away from public schools to pay for overpriced, ineffective instruction that will not meet their needs. It is the personification of window dressing. It's a desperate attempt to paint the picture that our teachers are failing our kids and cannot deliver high-quality instruction. But some out-of-state stranger delivering remote one-size-fits-all instruction is a golden opportunity being taken from them by their uncaring teachers. We are not buying it. Our students and parents are not buying it. Tell the truth. If politicians were really interested in improving academic outcomes, they would stop funneling much-needed public resources through our public schools to for-profit private companies. They would acknowledge our successes by celebrating the incredible progress that our students are making every day, rather than using one test achievement scores as a benchmark to criticize. We do not have cookie-cutter kids. I am done. My colleagues are done. We are done being used to promote false agendas, and we will continue to ignore the wildly unfair arrows you throw at us and our leadership. We will continue to challenge bad decisions, continue to ask tough questions, and most importantly, we will continue to do the outstanding work we do with our students, even when our own administration implies that we don't care about our kids. That is the opportunity that our children need. Stop playing a PR game with their futures. Be transparent and tell the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Janelle Brown.
Good evening. My name is Janelle Brown, and I've had the privilege of teaching Akron Public School children for over 27 years. I wanted to take this opportunity tonight to clarify what I believe to be some misleading information regarding student instruction. Akron Public Schools has over 1,600 exceptionally qualified educators working with our students every day. We have full-time and part-time teachers. The word tutors is a label which Akron Schools places on its part-time educators. The superintendent has stated that one of the reasons he wanted to outsource our jobs was there were not enough tutors to deliver the instruction. That statement could not be more misleading. All of our educators, both full-time and part-time, are qualified to deliver high-dosage instruction to our students. For years, our educators have staffed both extended day and extended year instruction. To imply that we do not have enough teachers to deliver after-school instruction to our students is nonsense. To tell our teachers they must be hired by a private company to instruct their students is beyond insulting. I have a job. I have worked for APS for almost 30 years. I know my students best. They know me best. I have built wonderful relationships with my students and their families. How was some high school graduate sitting in his kitchen in Wisconsin remotely instructing my students best for them? Please quit blaming our teachers for your bad decisions. Please stop implying that our teachers do not have the right to question your decisions, and if they do, they are causing trouble. We teach our children to admit when they make a bad decision. We tell them to apologize and then to strive to do better. Why then are you blaming teachers and their leadership for your bad decisions? Remember, our children are watching all of us. They emulate us. I try to empower my students to engage in their own learning and successes. I try to teach them not to allow themselves to be marginalized. Many times I teach them not only with my words, but also through my actions. In fact, I believe that they learn more by watching adults than by listening to them. So please do not be surprised when your own employees watch how you treat them. When your own employees lose trust in the people who are making bad decisions. Please acknowledge your own actions and decisions. You must do better for your employees and the children of Akron Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Harkness.
Good evening. My name is Mike Harkness, and I am an educator at Glover CLC. I actually work with a staff of devoted educators who build strong, caring relationships with their students and their families. Even after our most challenging days, and there are many, my colleagues and I show up and continue to accept those challenges because we are dedicated to the children we teach. Maybe you can understand why so many of my colleagues and I are in disbelief by what we have seen over the last few weeks at these board meetings. We've been crushed by this administration's apparent public dismissal of the positive roles that we play in the lives of our children. Through your own actions, this board and superintendent have sent a clear message to the public that teachers are easily replaced by unqualified outsiders. Simply put, you believe teachers are expendable. APS educators, many of who in their buildings have worked for decades, were told that if they wanted to work with their own students, they should apply through a questionable company to make a little extra cash. How couldn't that be more insulting or dismissive? We continually hear that teachers are like family, that the work that we do is valued by you. Yet your actions have over and over again not matched the words. And because of that, your words have become insincere and hollow. Apparently, we are no longer a resource to APS, but we are now operational capital. Behind the scenes, we are told to sit down, be quiet, and do what the administration says because they know best. If we question things, we're called negative. We will be blamed. We will tell the public that it's the teachers' faults that students are missing out on great opportunities. This administration publicly stated that it's a sad day because those teachers are just looking out for themselves and not thinking about their students. Well, you're right. It's a sad day. But it's sad because this administration is more concerned with appearances than substance, is more concerned with not being questioned than sitting down and working towards a solution to our challenges, is more concerned with blaming others, blaming anyone except themselves for poor decisions. Superintendent inferred publicly that our teacher leadership was preventing us from the district moving forward to provide needed instruction to our struggling students. That couldn't be further from the truth. We are preventing no such thing. If anyone is preventing students from getting the quality instruction from qualified educators, then those would be championed by remote instruction delivered by unqualified strangers as an opportunity rather than a bad decision. I ask you to stop misleading the public about what is really happening here. Teachers will continue to advocate and ask questions for our students. You should welcome that instead of try to silence us. As we've said before,
Thank
we
you,
hear
Mr.
your
Harkness.
words.
You've reached your time.
Thank you.
Next, Dr. Reverend Curtis Walker.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Dr. Curtis Walker, former board member for 20 years. My children graduated from Firestone High School. I participated in a variety of activities involving Akron Public Schools. I am APS proud. But tonight, I'm a bit dismayed. To Madam President, Sister Audrey, Vice President, Sister Jackson, to the Superintendent Robinson and senior staff, all those that are present. I'm here this evening to talk about the rescinding of the varsity tutoring contract. I was out of town when the vote was taken last week, and I'm humbled to be here where I served, as I said, for 20 years as a board member to address you in the very room that bears my name during particularly this Black History Month. I'm very disappointed that the Akron Education Association's AEA, its officers, have put the board in such a difficult situation by their failure to cooperate and to negotiate and to work together to resolve the issue before us. $156,000, a little more than a master's degree teacher with the highest level and the extras that go along with that. It was to be used, as the superintendent had acknowledged, first to give priority to the Akron Public School teachers, not to diminish them, not to say that they weren't worthy. My granddaughter attends Case Elementary School, CLC, excellent principal, excellent dean, excellent teachers. She's in the after-school program. She participates in a variety of activities at that school. Yet, she needs extra help. I have a varsity tutor. And for the leadership of AEA to say that the people who are in that training, who teach our students, don't know them, don't love them, don't care for them, don't work in this community, is false. And to make that statement, it demeans individuals like Vanessa Nichols, who is a member of our community, who's a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, a member of our community, who loves my granddaughter and who works with her, and to characterize all of those individuals who share in that worthwhile endeavor, when the truth be told, if you took a simple survey, you would note that many of our teachers, wonderful teachers, would not make themselves available to teach our own students.
Thank you, Reverend Walker. That is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda is item 4.1, Superintendent's Report, Redistricting Update.
She's out sick. Sarah Wilkerson's not here, correct?
Yep, she did.
Oh, that's right, you're right.
Apologies. Elena Treen.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Elena Treen, and I teach at East CLC. Through much challenging work by my colleagues and myself, and most importantly and especially our students, I am proud to say that East has recently been removed from the state's priority school list. We accomplished this by using our commitment to the success of our students, the knowledge we have of their individual needs, and the desire to look at the whole student, not just a snapshot of the work that they do. Each is a uniquely different child walking their own path towards success. Evaluating our children's needs over time should not be measured by a single point on the continuum of a student's journey. Their progress growth must be the variable we focus on to reach the achievement. Aside from a student's parents, the individuals with the most significant impact and knowledge of a student's academic trajectory are their teachers. This relationship must be leveraged wherever possible for successful intervention and remediation. A remote tutor, knowing nothing about these children, cannot replace the relationship and understanding between a teacher and a student, including the delivery of customized instruction. As one of the many qualified and devoted APS teachers who work directly with our students, I want to respectfully say that I do not believe that this board or the superintendent realize the damage that your words and actions have done to the morale of our teachers. Blaming your educators and blaming our leadership and shifting the focus of your poor decision to outsource our students' education to unqualified and unaccountable strangers erodes trust and confidence. It infers that you believe teachers make little contributions to moving this district forward and that simply anyone can make that progress. Once trust is eroded, it's a long journey back up the mountain. I encourage you to remember some of the lessons we teach our children. Words matter, but actions matter more. Don't just listen, but really hear us. Don't call us negative or disrespectful for asking questions. And maybe once, maybe just once, you should welcome our questions as evidence of the dedication, passion, and commitment that we have to our students. We are not simply human capital to be used like silent chess pieces. We deserve more respect. It is time to start climbing back up that mountain. Please don't just tell us, but show us that we're valued. Thank you for listening. But I really hope that you're not just listening, you're hearing what we are saying. Thank you.
And next, item 4.1, Superintendent's Report, Redistricting Update.
Just waiting for my colleagues to come forward. He just brought it back up, but it should be now since I just closed it. You know what I mean? All right, so this is an update to our proposed redistricting and restructuring plan. We've had several different community meetings and meeting with staff and just getting feedback regarding some of the proposals as we moved along. And we are pretty sure that this is going to be our final proposal. So we're just going to go through some of the things that we've already touched on previously at the last board meeting as relates to the purpose for redistricting and restructuring, impacted buildings, the attendance zone overview, enrollment, and transportation. So what is redistricting? It's the process of establishing school attendance boundaries. Every residential address has an elementary, middle, and high school assigned to them within their attendance zones. The process of relocating or the redesign of a school program is what is known as restructuring. And why are we proposing restructuring and redistricting? Well, it's due to an imbalance in enrollment with some buildings, school closures, opening, and then operational efficiency. On July 10th, 2023, the board reviewed several different facility plans, and one of the plans encompassed closing some of our school buildings. And for the 24-25 school year, some of the changes involved closing or moving or redistricting or restructuring Firestone Park, Stewart ELP, Essex ELP, STEM High School, and OTT. Part of this proposal, though, is asking and requesting to keep OTT open for the 24-25 school year. The proposal will be made impacting the following buildings: Robinson CLC, Harris Jackson CLC, Forest Hill CLC, Cyberling CLC, Barber CLC, and David Hill CLC and Mason CLC. A recommendation is made as it relates to looking at the scope of redistricting and restructuring. A recommendation is being made to the board. This is our second time coming out. And then we'll have a third read in hopes where the board will approve those restructuring, redistricting plan, and then we will proceed with implementing the plans. The criteria that's looked at as it relates to redistricting is geographic proximity, the projected enrollment, capacity, building capacity, and programmatic changes. We're going to now dive in deeper to our redistricting and restructuring plan. I'm Angela Carter, the Chief of Staff, and we're going to have our Chief of Academics, Dr. Kaver, come up and dive deeper into the redistricting and restructuring plan.
Thank you. Good evening. So first, I'll just give you a quick overview of the items that are in the plan. So with the building closures at Firestone Park, we will be asking to redistrict those scholars to Glover, McKee-Bright, and Voris. With the closing of Essex ELP program, we will find locations for those ELP students in classrooms across our other buildings across the districts, and that will be for Essex and Stewart. And then finally, the kindergarten scholars that are assigned and a part of Harris Jackson will be able to return to their home school of Harris Jackson. And the relocation as well, you all know that or have heard that we need to find a location for our STEM high school. We are proposing to move STEM to Robinson CLC, and then the scholars from Robinson CLC are being proposed to be divided between David Hill and Mason. Again, the purpose and the reason for this is that, first of all, we needed to make sure that we relieve the overcrowding in Harris Jackson. In order to do that, Barber CLC will have some of the scholars attend from Harris Jackson. That will be their home district or home area. Cyberland CLC will then provide a small amount of relief to some scholars from Barber. Also a part of this redistricting will be Forest Hill. There will be some scholars from Forest Hill that are currently in what we call the Harris Jackson area, and we want to change those boundaries to ensure some more consistency and continuity of the attendance boundaries in that area. And then lastly, I've already stated that the kindergarten scholars at Essex will return back to their home school. Early learning program, we are looking to make sure that there are early learning classrooms in all of the clusters. This is being identified currently based on space and making sure that we can meet the requirements of the early learning program. More key insights. So whenever this plan is approved, we will have communication to our families regarding the redistricting and restructuring. There will also be some transitions activities at the end of the school year to properly expose children to the new attendance schools or boundaries that they have, the schools themselves. We are also in the process of planning our summer programming. So whenever possible, scholars may be able to attend summer programming at the new site where they will be zoned to attend in the fall. And then finally, we want to make sure that everyone knows that services for our scholars will go with the scholars. So when we look at things like McKinney-Vento, English language learners, IEPs, special education services, those are based on the needs of the scholars, not the location of where they are sitting. So those services will go with them, but it does not automatically guarantee that they will have the same exact staff members servicing them. We will have students that qualify for transportation. We're going to talk about transportation a little bit more detail later on. But we will be following the Ohio Revised Code in regards to this transportation services available to our scholars. And then we just want to remind you that we proposed in our last presentation, we reiterated that our opening presentations talked about moving David Hill and Portage Path to different clusters. However, we have taken that off of the table. All of our clusters and zones will remain the same. I want to talk about Firestone Park in a little more detail now. This is a review of the current attendance zones for Firestone Park. They are right there in the middle. Under the proposed plan, those children, the attendance zone will be divided up to McEbright, Vorse, and Glover. Firestone Park Elementary will be used for various purposes until the board declares that the building is obsolete. At that time, we will follow Ohio Revised Code. We will also maintain the building as long as it is in our possession. North Cluster. We again wanted to stress that some of the redistricting in the North Cluster has to do with the adjusted utilization of our buildings, specifically Harris-Jackson, which is over-enrolled and over capacity. Harris-Jackson, according to the chart in the previous slide, is at 128% adjusted utilization. And again, our kindergarten, which causes our kindergarten scholars to be serviced at a different location currently. This is a map of the current attendance zones in the North Cluster. Harris-Jackson is in yellow, and also, I want to point out that Forest Hill is in light blue. As you can see, Forest Hill has a section that goes up directly into the middle of the current Harris-Jackson attendance zone, which is why we're proposing part of a change to Forest Hill as we try to correct all of this and make the appropriate moves for everyone in this redistricting plan. Under the new proposal, you'll see more of a continuous map, an attendance zone boundary for Harris-Jackson in the yellow area. You will also now notice the change to Forest Hill in light blue. And then you can see the orange section, which is Barber CLC. So Barber has extended up again to cover a large portion of that area that our Harris-Jackson scholars are currently attending in that zone. Proposed impact to the North Cluster. We want to ensure that everyone knows that Harris-Jackson CLC and the Forest Hill scholars that are rezoned to, and specifically the Harris-Jackson scholars that are rezoned to those areas, will still have the attendance zone of North when it comes to middle school and high school. Students being zoned for, I just said that, sorry. So again, those scholars will go to Barber for the elementary. However, Barber will be zoned into two different middle schools when the scholars reach the 6th grade. Some of them will go to East, and those that are on the northernmost part will go to Jennings. East Cluster. This is the capacity, current enrollment, and utilization of our buildings, of these specific buildings in the East Cluster, David Hill, Mason, Robinson, and East. And as you can see, our adjusted utilization has room or has some space in these buildings. Under our proposal, we are going to close Robinson CLC as an elementary building, and those students can be redistricted and split up to go to Mason and David Hill. The proposal is also asking for STEM High School to be moved to Robinson CLC. This is a picture of the proposed map. As you can see, we are splitting Robinson CLC along the boundary line of I-76, and so those scholars south would then go to David Hill, and those scholars that are north of 76 would go to Mason. This slide talks a little bit more about the STEM proposal moving to Robinson CLC. So we know that there's going to be a cost involved because we would like to convert, we are trying to convert an elementary building into to fit high school scholars appropriately. We believe that estimated cost may cost us $500,000 to $1 million. We are also proposing that Robinson CLC will keep its name. We are proposing that it will become Robinson STEM CLC. We are also making this proposal because Robinson is closer to the University of Akron campus, and we know that that was a concern. It is approximately 2 miles there, from the campus. There's also a Metro bus route that is available to take scholars to the campus from Robinson. We are still reviewing the possibility of a shuttle as well. As I just stated, we are proposing to make sure that Robinson CLC is outfitted properly to support the programming that is at STEM. The Family Resource Center that is located at Robinson will remain in the building. And the question regarding scholars and their actual sports and where they will play will remain the same as it is currently. STEM high school scholars will continue to play sports for their home school, which is under the direction of OSHA. Once again, this is our proposed cluster map. If these changes are approved, the clusters will not change. The boundary lines are the same for each of our 6 clusters. And now I'm going to pass it over to our Director of Student and Family Services to discuss enrollment. Dr. Lash?
Thank you, Dr. Kaver. And so as you can imagine, with the changes that are to occur as a result of redistricting, restructuring, means that we need to ensure that we communicate with our families those changes. And so as it relates to enrollment and the changes, families will receive specialized communication. It will be personalized to identify the new zone school based on the changes. And it will also let our families know if transportation will be provided. That is the goal. So we're working very hard behind the scenes for when the proposal is voted upon to be ready to act. But families will have options. They will have the option of open enrollment. And just to make sure that there's an understanding of the difference between open enrollment and continuity, open enrollment, most of our families, if they've been in the district, are familiar with. We run open enrollment the fall of each school year. And this school year, this was the first time that we actually extended it to January, mid-January. And so typically during open enrollment time period, our families are able to request enrollment to a school outside of their typical neighborhood zoned areas. And continuity refers to the process that students are granted the ability to stay in the building that they're currently attending. And so as we think about these changes for redistricting, restructuring, we want to make sure that our families have the opportunity for a special open enrollment period. And special does not mean that there are any additional requirements. It just means that it's a special time outside of our typical open enrollment window. And so, again, all the work behind the scenes to be ready to move as expeditiously as possible when this proposal is voted on, so that our families will have the information that they need to be able to request special open enrollment to a building other than the building that they would be zoned on based on those changes. And again, no special criteria. It is typically or it will be as our typical open enrollment is, and that is based on capacity. And so again, just to recap, our students in grades K through 5 that will be affected will have the opportunity for special open enrollment, and the same will be true for STEM high school. We realize again that change creates sometimes angst with our families, and so we want to make sure that we are cognizant of that and provide as many opportunities for them to express their request to attend a different school. And now I will turn it over to our Executive Director of Business Affairs to talk through transportation.
Good evening. As stated in the previous presentation, transportation standards will be followed. The state of Ohio mandates that K through 8 students residing less than 2.0 miles from assigned school building are not eligible for bus transport, and we provided to you the code and House Bill 110 standards. The state of Ohio does not mandate bus transportation for students in grades 9 through 12. Therefore, our high school students will continue to use our Metro bus service, which has been in effect since 2015 through Metro, with passes provided by and paid for by the school district. New APS bus routes will be determined based on the new attendance zones. Students who open enroll are not provided school transportation, and safety zones will be reviewed once the required bus service routing is determined. And then our special education, McKinney-Vento homeless transportations will continue to meet the required per student as those services travel with the student, not with the change in attendance location. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Harper, or Ms. Carter, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, we already talked about remaining open, potentially close at the end of the 24-25 school year. But at this time, we will take questions from the board, if you have any.
Any questions? Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. On our board agenda, this is a second reading, but it's an amended second reading because of the relocation to STEM High School to Robinson. Outside of the East cluster changes, so beyond the East Robinson, David Hill, and Mason, were there other amendments since our previous?
The only amendment was STEM High School going to East, and now we're proposing that it goes to Robinson CLC. Robinson CLC students were already going to be zoned to Mason and David Hill based on East Middle School going into Robinson, but that's the only change, is that we're proposing that STEM High School goes into Robinson CLC instead of East Complex.
Any other questions? Vice President Jackson.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes. My question is about the resource, the United Way Family Resource Center that's located into Robinson that you said that will remain within the building. Will the same families have the same access to those resources, and how will that work?
Yes. So, yes. Dr. Lash, you want to answer?
Yes, they will remain. Come on up, Dr. Lash. The Family Resource Center is not for a specific school, it's for the cluster. And so all of those families will still have access to using that same Family Resource Center that they previously were using.
Yeah, exactly the same.
So logistically, how does that work?
Yeah,
Just one thing for, Robinson, they have a lot of like a lot of those students who attend Robinson live within that area. I understand when you said about the cluster. Same with those who may attend East. It's very accessible to them, whether it's them dropping off or parent volunteers. So is it going to be a schedule set up, being that STEM will be housed in there?
It will operate the same, and so the families that live within that community will still be able to access the Family Resource Center. Yeah, so the normal, that's right, yes.
Yeah.
Any other
The school
questions?
doesn't determine the usage of that resource because it's for the cluster.
Mr. Perry?
So I'm especially curious about the relocation of STEM High School. At these community meetings, has that been addressed? Has it been well attended, first of all? And secondly, what has been the public's view of moving it to Robinson now rather than the old plan? Is it well received or not?
So as we have had these meetings with our STEM families, we've listened to what they've asked, and certainly they would like for it to stay where it currently is. We're not able to do that. They asked for a sort of a more independent building for it to be housed that we are trying to accommodate through Robinson. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It is a little bit closer than East CLC is to the university. And my big thing is that I don't want to see the program dismantled, nor do I want to see the program scattered across 3 or 4 high schools, because if that's the case, it would be dismantled, because we would just design a program within every school, which would cause that entire program to crumble. That's not my aim. My goal is to ensure that that program stays intact, and that those kids receive the same quality of education that they received in their current location in Robinson, which is why when the team and I listened to the discussion in those first 2 meetings, we went back, we revisited some things. Robinson actually gives even more space to them than they would have gotten even at East. It gives more parking. It's an independent building, so they're the only ones that will be occupying that particular space.
Okay. Thank you.
But we cannot continue, unfortunately, where we currently are. So I think that this opportunity is the best that we are able to do in order to ensure the integrity of the program.
Any other questions? Member Hall?
Thank you, Madam President. Have there been any talks with AEA to make sure that the teachers that will be from STEM coming over to Robinson, will they still have their jobs?
Yeah, the program
when
just
we
moves.
move,
So it's just the program, not the teachers move too, right? Without
Yes.
having to go through any process. Okay. And then what about the teachers at Firestone Park
so
and the other?
let me bring our labor relations director. Please come up. So I just want to be clear before we answer these questions. I want to be clear that when we have to redistrict or restructure the district, people are not losing jobs.
Right.
Right? This is something that we have to do. This is not necessarily something that we want to do, but it's what we have to do. And people are not losing jobs. They're simply going to have to follow the AEA contract, and we move in that process along with Human Capital and AEA, but I'll let our Labor Relations Director explain that in more detail. But I want to be very clear, because that's been a misnomer. No one is losing a job, right? And so the board made some of these decisions prior to my arrival. My job is to ensure that I'm carrying out the directives of the board. We are also trying to be as fiscally responsible as we possibly can to ensure that our children do not lose the integrity of programs. But in these cases, no one is losing a job. And so I'd like to really make sure that we are very careful and not perpetuating a myth around people losing jobs, because that is not the case.
Thank you. That's what I
Okay.
wanted to know, because there's talks around
Yes.
the community about that.
Yes.
So that's why I
So
wanted
every
to bring
time
it
we
up so we can
redistrict, come up
clarify
with
it.
a discussion around redistrict, and I'll let him elaborate more, but no one is losing a job. It is my desire that in the situation of STEM, that we lift that school with the staff and place it at Robinson with the staff. That's my desire. But I also have to follow the AEA contract, but I'll let Mr. Deffenbaugh elaborate further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. I think Dr. Robinson explained the process. The contract provides provisions for transfer And what we intend to do is work with AEA as well as have meetings with the principals so everybody has a strong knowledge of how the transfer process is going to work, and we're going to follow the provisions of the contract. So it's in place. We've had a lot of meetings, and we're working around it right now. But as far as losing jobs, I agree with Dr. Robinson. I mean, it's a transfer process that we'll put in place.
Any other questions? I do have a question. And so you stated that in terms of the STEM high school, they'll actually have more space compared to what they have now. Would that also mean that there will be more seats for the STEM high school program?
More space compared to what they would have had at East. They would have had space at East, but STEM high school being in Robinson gives them a little bit more space and more parking.
Will there be more seats for?
It does make it available for more seats to become available for kids that would like to apply to get into the STEM high school.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for the redistricting update. And so now we will move on to the next item on the agenda. Section 5, approval of the previous meeting minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you.
I did that last time. Please proceed with your superintendent.
Thank you, President Autry. This month in January is National Counseling Week, February the 5th through the 9th. I want to say how much we genuinely appreciate the work that our counselors provide to our scholars each and every day. They go over and beyond the call of duty, and so we are very appreciative. We did send out something, and I've heard from some of the counselors thanking me for the message that we sent out. One thing about it, I'm very direct in what I have to say. And so I don't need to send things out to the staff just because. I send it out to the staff because it comes from my heart. And so when you send it from your heart, it's received to the heart. And so the staff has reached out to me in many ways, thanking me for receiving those messages from some of our counselors. And I want to say to them again publicly, I wish that I could have had them all here, just thanking them because they are magnificent and they go over and beyond the call of duty and what they do. I also want to thank our National School Resource Officers. On February the 15th is their day. Thank you for keeping our schools safe. Thank you for working with us in so many ways. The number of after-school programs and activities that a lot of our school resource officers do is immeasurable, and so I want to say thank you to them. Just a reminder to our parents about the weather days that we have. I know we potentially could have something going on this week. Just a reminder, please don't forget to check the website. And also, we will do robocalls, we'll do text messaging. Our website, again, will have information there. Our principals, who are very gracious and working with us at the school level to make sure that if any children do miss the information, many of our principals are there, or they're making sure that someone is there. And so just a friendly reminder to our parents, just to remember to please check on, and also check the news, because we communicate with the news, and we will let them know if there's school closure. And so thank you so much again for that. At the Feed the Hungry Project 10th Annual Formal All-Black Attire MLK Gala on Saturday, February the 24th, Ms. Jackie Silas Butler will receive the prestigious award for her support of their mission of providing hot meals, clothing, and assistance in feeding the hungry. And so I want to say congratulations to Ms. Silas Butler, who works with Project Grad for us. And she really does a lot of community service work, even though she might not be, technically an Akron public school employee. You would never know it because she's with us, Team Akron, all the way. And so thank you. And we consider her as a part of the family. And so thank you, Ms. Silas Butler. Also, just to reiterate, the King Elementary CLC, I had the opportunity to speak over there this week. It really warms my heart because those scholars, and I got a chance to see the first child put the token into the machine and get her favorite book. And one of the books that I loved as an English teacher teaching was A Wrinkle in Time, and actually they are doing A Wrinkle in Time right now in 5th grade over at King, and so I really appreciate the acknowledgement of that. Acknowledging, I did not have the opportunity on Saturday too, but I do plan to bring them, but I want to acknowledge our Bookdale champions for the great work that they have done, and also our AAA graduation. I had the opportunity to attend. I ran out of the board meeting and got there just in the nick of time, but it was absolutely beautiful. Had a chance to talk with some of our families and our scholars, and I want to say to them congratulations and keep up the good work. At the end of last calendar year, KCLC staff and students raised over $500 for Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. Both students and staff were involved in this kindness act. You can see on the screen. Students were given the option to donate their positive behavior interventions and supports, or PBIS as we call it. You may not know it by that term, but PBIS. At the PBIS school store, staff committed to matching a penny per point. And by the end of the week, over 1,500 points had been donated collectively. The top donors in each class were asked to present the funds to our friends at DLM, a local organization that helps the homeless and here in Akron, including many of our Project Rise families. And this is such a wonderful expression of kindness and perfect for me to feature as a Be Kind 330 story. And I'm sure that KCLC students and staff will remember this kind of act for many years to come, because acts of kindness are good for the giver as well as the receiver. Thank you, President Autry.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to Section 5, approval of the previous meeting minutes for the meetings on January 22nd, January 27th, January 29th, and February 1st. Is there a motion to approve those meeting minutes?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander.
Hold on. Is there a question about any one of them individually?
Madam President, I'm just saying, we're going to, I just think we should take them one by one. I don't have any questions, but I just don't know if we should lump all of the meetings in together. Just a question.
Right. It's up to the board. If we want to, or Madam President, if you want to go one by one, the board wants to go one by one, we can go. If not, we can clump them in together. It's up to everyone.
I'm just saying from a, Madam President, I'm just saying from a procedural process, shouldn't we not do one meeting?
So I don't object to that, and we can proceed with voting on them individually. So Section 5.1, the meeting for Monday, January 22nd, 2024. Is there a motion to approve those meeting minutes?
I move to approve those meeting minutes.
It's been moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Alexander. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
So the 122 carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 5.2, special board meeting minutes from the board retreat, Saturday, January 27th, 2024. Is there a motion?
I make a motion. Oh.
It's been moved by Member Hall,
Second.
second by Member Sykes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
I'm going to get crazy and go backwards this time, so get ready.
Okay.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Miss Jackson,
Yes.
Miss Hall,
Yes.
Miss Autry.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0 for 127.
Thank you. Item 5.3, special board meeting with the LeBron James Family Foundation on Monday, January 29th. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
So moved. It's been moved by Member Sykes,
Second.
seconded by Member Molnar. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Miss Hall,
Yes.
Miss Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
I was not in attendance, so I will abstain from this one.
NA. Got you. Thank you. Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention.
Thank you. Item 5.4, special board meeting Thursday, February 1st, 2024. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Alexander. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Miss Hall,
I will abstain because I was not at that meeting also.
thank you.
Well, not also, I was not at that meeting.
Miss Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Abstain, not in attendance.
Motion carries 5-0 with two abstentions.
Thank you. Next, we have our personnel recommendations for items 6 through 17. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Archery. I'd like to read before I do the recommendation. In 1974, Addie Veasley Daniel graduated from Akron South High School. After high school, she began her college education at the University of Akron. She took a break from college to get married and raise a family. She returned to the University of Akron and graduated in 1991 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in education. She was ready to pursue her dream to become a teacher. Little did she know how her career would have such a positive impact on so many individuals. Ms. Addie joined the Akron Public Schools in February 1991 as a substitute teacher. She worked at a variety of long-term assignments, including being a high-intensive reading teacher, where she established herself as a very qualified full-time teacher candidate. In 1994, her dream came true when she was hired as a full-time teacher. Her first teaching assignment was at North High School teaching English. She moved to Buchtel High School in 1995, where she taught comprehensive communications and English. In 1998, she earned a master's degree in secondary administration. She was ready to move to the next level in her career. Donna Loomis, her first principal, saw this coming when she wrote in Addie's evaluation, "Addie knows where she's going." Donna was so correct. In 2000, Addie became an assistant principal at Central Howard High School. She was promoted to the position of principal at Central Howard High School in 2005 until the building closed in 2006. She then became principal at North High School in 2006, where she remained in that assignment until 2013. She spent 1 year working in the Student Services Department. She became an academy principal at Elliott High School in 2014, where she served the students and staff until her retirement this year. Addie has been a dedicated employee. She will be missed. She has served the students and teachers in a most professional manner. Thank you for your service. Congratulations, Ms. Addie, to you. President Archer, I wish to recommend the approval of personnel recommendations presented in categories 6 through 17, please.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move to approve those.
It's been moved by Member Perry. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Vice President Jackson.
Yes, I would like clarification on item 7.4, just some clarification on the job description for the recreational enrichment specialist.
That is something that's through the after-school program, recreational. I don't actually have a job description for this.
Oh, okay, I just was wondering, was it aligned some way with our after-school programming, but I can get that information later.
All of the after-school programming is done through
The 21st.
the college and career academies for the district, and then we work with the city and all outside entities when it comes to after-school and summer programming.
Okay.
So we can get a job description for this, but this is not something that.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, yeah, so I can wait on that, because I'm just trying to see how things align up with what we do after school as far as what academic focus is relating to and aligns to in the various clusters, just so I can speak from a more informed place about the after-school program. So that's why I just wanted some details with that. So thank you for getting that for me, Superintendent. Additionally, item 7.5, it says employment of a home instructor. What could you elaborate on what is that role actually, and what is it? What need is it filling? Like, why is it necessary?
I'm going to ask the Executive Director for Human Capital to come up, please, and address that concern. But when we do homeschool, there are students in our district who, due to whatever their private concerns are, we have to provide those types of supports. So this is something that either teachers are doing after and/or it is their job, but it's hourly.
Okay, so it's part of like a homeschool network? Because I know parents can homeschool their children. It doesn't.
No, that's not to be confused with parents homeschool. That's something totally different. This is if we have a child that's for medical reasons, and also Ms. Freimeyer from special ed.
That's why I wanted clarity on what is that for.
Ms. Freimeyer is actually the correct person to be able to explain that.
Yeah, so students sometimes through their IEP process, they go on home instruction as to receive their services through school for medical reasons, for sometimes behavioral support, and so they access their education through home instruction. So what we do is we hire teachers, and they provide that instruction either in the evening or on weekends, and some of our teachers even during the day, depending if they're full-time or not. And so the students get 5 hours per week of that instruction as a bridge between the home instruction time and then the reintegration back into the school setting.
Okay, so am I to understand that this is a transitioning role for students who may have been out because of illness? And I want some clarification when you say behavioral, and then to be reintegrated into a regular school setting. So that's why it's just 5 hours, just to kind of get them reacclimated to attending back into regular school for whatever reason?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you say behavior, what does that mean? When you say some for behavior, what does that?
Yeah, so through the IEP, sometimes students are going through medicinal stabilization, and so their doctors, their team are recommending home instruction until we have that stabilization, and that's documented through the IEP process, and then that reintegration back into the school setting.
Interesting. Thank you. I didn't know that. So you're saying as they figure out their med and the dosage and what's properly working for them. Is that when you say medicinal?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Like they're sorting out their med, what dosage works for them for whatever behavior's been. Is that what you mean?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Home instruction, and it is provided whenever we have the students' doctor's documentation for that home instruction.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So can a parent request that, or does that come from the doctor's office?
Parents can request the home instruction through that IEP process, but they do have to have that doctor's recommendation and documentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on personnel? Member Molnar?
Not questions, but discussion. Thank you, Madam President. Because Member Sykes' community reflection about the public tax dollars going to private entities and some of our community reflections also, I would like to point out 7.1, and there's another item also later on, but my agenda is not loading. But 7.1 is a great example of our public tax dollars heading towards a private entity, and we are so used to doing that. We call this pass-through dollars. We're so comfortable, and it's the law. It's something we're required to do. But as Member Sykes was saying in the community reflection, being cognizant of $10,000 here, $20,000 there, it adds up.
Thank you.
I would call Ms. Deborah, the folk to the podium, please, so we can explain when we are receiving these funds through the public school system, we're obligated to pay what is due to those private parochial schools. Thank you.
Good evening. There are times in which Akron Public Schools is required to be the fiscal agent only for services that are provided to students who live within our school boundaries but do not attend our schools, such as an Akron, say a parochial school, a private school. So there are certain federal and state requirements that we meet in order to do that, and depending on the number of APS residential students that attend a specific non-public or private school, the state or federal government gives you a specific amount for each student, and then we are told by that particular school how many students they have, and then that money is set aside for them. We are strictly the fiscal agent. Once the money is actually allocated to the treasurer's office under the auxiliary services fund by the state of Ohio or the federal government, but it's usually through the state of Ohio location, then the school actually can use the item however they want to for their funding. They can do a service contract, they can purchase items such as devices, so you'll see a variety of items that they have determined through their work with their students that they need. Now, sometimes you will see, as an example, we have certain school districts or schools that are private that actually get auxiliary nursing services. It's in our RFP to put out, but then they determine through our RFP what services they want from the nursing provider that the district helps select. Does that help answer the question, Dr. Molnar?
And since we're having some of this discussion now, in Ohio Revised Code, how much are we able to charge for being that fiscal officer?
I am not able to answer that question. Maybe Dr. Thompson can, but I'm not aware that we are allowed to charge, are we, Dr. Thompson? There is no administrative charge for that.
Administrative responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Did that help, Ms. Jackson?
And for clarity, some of these entities could opt out of using you as the fiscal agent and just manage. Can the money go directly to the school if they opted out of using APS as their fiscal agent?
I am not aware that some of that money can be done that way because under the revised code, if the opt-out is my understanding, is both APS and that particular entity would need a joint agreement to do so.
Okay, great. And then my next question is, are there funds that go unused, auxiliary funds that are unused from parochial and public charter schools that just go back into like a general funds, or can be used in public?
No, my understanding it is assigned directly to that particular location based on their student enrollment. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes it covers exactly the amount of services they need. So therefore, it is rare to not see it actually used to the penny that has been allocated and approved.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Does that help? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And Ms. Autry?
Abstain from 8.1, yes on the rest.
So we are 7-0 on everything except 8.1, and we are 6-0 with one abstention on 8.1 only.
Thank you, Board, and Ms. Autry, President Autry. I wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge that Ms. Jennifer Douglas, who is currently the principal, if you could just stand, please. Thank you, Ms. Douglas. She's currently the principal at Voris CLC. She is going to be moving to a new role. She will continue the year in her current position, but there will be transitional activities that she will be doing in that role. And so she'll be moving to supervisor of early learning, which is our pre-K program. And I had the opportunity to speak with her, gotten to know her work this year, and I think that she is going to really be transformational in the work that has to be done around pre-K. And so very much looking forward to the opportunity to work with her. She's going to be out in the community, so you're not going to see her sitting in an office. She's going to be really recruiting and working very hand in hand with our community and trying to recruit and bring more scholars into our district and pre-K. And replacing her, although she's not here tonight, is Amber Steele, who is the principal, the current interim that is at Firestone Park. She will be replacing her at Voris CLC for the next school year. And so the two of them are going to be working together. I've already met with both of those staffs, and so I'm looking forward to great things happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I just want to also say congratulations to our Principal Douglas. I had the pleasure of meeting and visiting with you over there, so I know you're going to be doing amazing work for us. So congratulations and thank you. Member Jackson?
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I know you are an exceptional principal. My first year on the board, I had your cluster. I came to your building, came in the morning, then you had a night activity that I came through. And this is great. I'm glad that you're having this opportunity. And I'm sad at the same time. And I think about how when I said I was sad when I saw Mr. Mwatter was at central office and he was no longer in the classroom because I knew the impact he had on me. But as President Autry stated, I trust you're going to do a good job, and I know you did a phenomenal job at Voris. Tell me, what was your star rating? Okay, and you know how they go, the gold, the bronze, the different, what was the color? Yeah, you guys have made silver, yeah. So I wanted to highlight that. I wanted to do that intentionally because the things that you had in place, I think it was maybe a math night, the things that you had, and you were there, and you were with the teachers, you were with the parents, they knew who you were. And so I want to take this moment because I believe people should get their flowers. And because I'm an educator, when I go visit schools, I'm looking for things like that. I can't help it. It's like if I was a golfer, I would look at people's form, right? And so I salute you, and I wish you all the best. God bless you.
Next is our
Hi. Deanna is my daughter. She goes to Forest CLC, and Ms. Douglas has been wonderful. My oldest will be graduating this year, and I will tell you, she is amazing. Amazing. If there were a lot more principals like her, I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. Deanna is like, her mouth dropped when she heard that she wasn't going to be here, but if there were a lot more principals that were as hands-on as she is, I think that Akron Public Schools would really, really continue to grow and excel. I'm APS from start to finish, honestly. And I think that I have some kids that are going to private schools right now. This is their first year. But I do think that if we have more teachers like her, that would help. I think that Akron Public Schools is just lacking teachers, more of them. I think that we have a lot of students who don't have enough teachers. I've come down here to the Board of Education myself last year in regards to, bullying and things like that, that I just don't think that we have enough emphasis on. And I would hate for Akron Public to continue to lose students to private schools because I think that the public schools need their shine as well. Public schools are important. Like I said, all of my kids have gone to Forest CLC, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm continuing to let them go through and finish because Mrs. Douglas has just been amazing, like, in the rest of the staff, not just her, but everybody. It's a very family-oriented place, and yeah, she will help you guys in your community.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is approval of our consent agenda. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Autry. I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in Category 22. They are in proper format, and I move for their approval, please.
And also, just to note, item 19.2 is the first reading of the policy 9700.01, advertising and commercial activities. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Molnar. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next is our business affairs recommendations. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Autry. I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in Category 24, please.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the business affairs recommendations?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Molnar. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Alexander. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes, abstain from 24.5.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
It is 7-0, carry 7-0 on all items except 24.5, which is 6-0 with one abstention.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Next on the agenda is President's Report. I just wanted to quickly thank my colleagues for their participation in our recent professional development and our board retreat. I think we got a lot of good information that we should keep in mind moving forward so that we can bring the best version of this board to the table at all times. Also, I want to encourage my colleagues to attend any of the winter concert series that are taking place. I think they started this past weekend, and they'll be taking place this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the high schools, and next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at our middle schools. Take advantage of that. And so I just wanted to lastly say, just listening to all of the comments, these are all issues that are very important to public education. And so when I first came on this board in 2020, I know we received a few presentations regarding the Vouchers Hurt Ohio lawsuit that is taking place. So if that is the will of this board, that is a presentation. I'm sure they will be willing to come and revisit with us. I think we're one of the few of the big 8 that aren't a part of that. And so in the past, it did come through the Finance Committee. And so just keeping that in mind, if that's something we want to explore again, just let that be known. And so that is one last thing. Also, just about engaging tutors, et cetera. You know, relationships, as I've stated over and over again, are the key to everything. And so those who are interested in supporting our young people, I think it's important to develop those relationships with your local school in your community. Meet that principal, find out what the needs are, and they're going to be able to direct you in terms of getting the background checks and all that's required to be a part of supporting their school building. So relationships are at the root of it all. So get engaged with those schools to find out how you can support them. And that concludes my report. Next, we have Treasurer's Report.
No report, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we move on to committee reports, legal, contracts, and policy. Dr. Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee met on January 29th, Monday the 29th, and we have for you in the agenda, second and final reading of 6240, Board Revision of Complaints and Countercomplaints, and 8210, School Calendar.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Next is Finance and Capital Management. Member Sykes.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. The Finance Committee and Capital Management Committee met on Monday, January 29th. We had I think it was a very enlightening and interesting report from our treasurer, and I appreciate that very much. As a matter of fact, I think we ran out of time. We would have asked you even more questions. A couple of things that I do want to just highlight during that report was that first, I think the treasurer is staying focused on those areas that we need to focus on, including our investments. I was a bit concerned and asked a few questions about how we are proceeding with the COPS, which is an area that, a name that most people are not familiar with, or it is certificates of participation. And we're using that, as my understanding, as a way to pay for the Miller South building, the financing. Now, usually in financing a building, we are most often familiar with bonds. And so, as I said to the treasurer, I think that we need to talk a bit more about COPS and explain that so that the community will be more familiar with COPS and what that means and how it was determined that we will use COPS as opposed to bonds. And he agreed, and I think we're going to have more of that discussion. The other area that we talked about was what's happening with perhaps our levy. And He is proposing, just proposing, not necessarily it's going to happen, that we look at something in the area of 8.9 mills. And so I asked the county fiscal officer if they would just kind of give me an idea as to what a proposal of 8.9 mills would look like if we were to proceed with that, and what it would mean for a citizen who owns a home for $100,000 and how much that would mean for them paying property taxes. So, of course, that $100,000 would be reduced to 35% or $35,000 of that $100,000. And so 8.9 mills would mean like $311.50 per homeowner with a $100,000 ownership of a home. So that's kind of give you an idea as we start to talk about this. I also expressed that if, in fact, we're going to do this, if it's going to be a recommendation, that we want to start preparing ourselves to bring that resolution to this committee so that we can start talking to the community, meeting with the community, and making sure that we answer every question that they have and feel comfortable as we proceed with some of our financial decisions that we have to make. So the report of the committee is that we found that the treasurer did a good job in answering our questions, that we look forward to our next meeting, which is Tuesday. What's Tuesday date?
20th.
It's a number.
Is it the 20th? Okay, so the next Finance and Capital Management Committee meeting is Tuesday, February 14th at 4:30? No, that's
No.
Wonder why am I
Today's
thinking
the
about
12th,
Valentine's?
So add 8 days, it's the 20th. February 20. February 20.
February 20th at 4:30. And that committee meeting will be had by its chair. I am the vice chair, by the chair next time, right? Okay, thank you. That is the report of the committee.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. But yes, Vice President Jackson.
Member Sykes, the example you gave of the $100,000 home ownership, and it would be like $311. Is that off the evaluation of the home? Like if it's at the fiscal office as being estimated being worth $100,000, or if that's what the purchase price of the home? Do you know?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I tend not to try and answer questions for the fiscal officer, even though I've worked there for 12 years. I will say that what happens is that the fiscal office will, and this is just my recollection. I am not the fiscal officer, so I don't want to come across as the expert. But what usually happens is that we are actually taxed on 35% of the value of our property, and not 100%. So it will be 35% of the value of the property, and that's how you get the $311.50 on the 8.19 mills.
Excellent. That answered my question.
And the auditor's office will make that calculation based on what your home is, estimated value of your home that they use for tax purposes.
Yeah.
So, and that's not always market value. It's usually less, but it just depends. And anyone can find that by going to the county auditor's office, plugging in your address, and you'll know what your tax valuation is.
Madam Chair, just for Summit County is the county fiscal officer. It used to be the auditor's office, is now the county fiscal officer.
Fiscal officer.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is instructional policy and student achievement.
Sorry, we had a motion in the legal committee, a motion to approve those two, because it was the second and final. Sorry.
I am so sorry.
Are those policies 6420 and 8210?
Yes.
6240.
6240 and 8210. In section 28.1, committee reports.
6240.
It's 28.1 on our agenda.
Yes. Policy 6240, Board of Revision Complaints and Counter Complaints. This is a Neola new policy, a second and final reading. Is there a motion to accept that?
Could I just ask one clarifying question? don't we need 3 reads?
No, we went through this two readings ago or 2 approvals ago, and so this is the way that we had language in here. We talked this through in the policy committee meeting also, that we do the reading and the discussion in the committee meeting first, and then we have a reading here, and then this is the second and final, and that counts
so
as the
there's
3.
been 3 readings.
There's been 3.
Okay,
yeah.
understood. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
So move.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Perry. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next is Policy 8210 on the school calendar, Neola updated policy, second and final reading. Is there a motion to accept this?
I move to approve and accept 8210.
It's been moved by Member Perry. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we will have instructional policy and student achievement. Vice President Jackson.
Thank you, Madam President. Our Instructional Policy and Student Achievement Committee met on Monday, February 5th. And we had a presentation from Yvonne Culver, Director of College and Career Access, and Jenny Walls, a math instructional specialist. And we talked about a course edition that will be added on the next board agenda on February 26th, and the second reading, and March 11th for the third reading. The math department would like to add 4 courses. These added courses will increase equity and opportunities for our scholars and improve core instructional strategies and support of our college and career academies model of AVID framework. We're looking to add AP pre-calculus for a full year course from 9th to 12th grades. This was requested by Bookdale, and it will be a pilot there. It will be piloted there first. It does not require purchasing any new textbooks because the current textbooks that we have are sufficient and aligned with this calculus curriculum. It also prepares students for AP Calculus and is equivalent to a college pre-calculus course or a college algebra course. I did ask the question in the meeting, what determines if it's a pre-calculus course or if it's a college algebra course? And it was explained to me by Ms. Walls, it simply just depends on the university in which they're trying to transfer the credit into and how they deem the class as either pre-calculus or algebra. So that was the explanation given for that. Teacher training is provided by the College Board at a cost to the district. Additionally, pre-AP Algebra 1, we're looking to offer that for a full year course, and this will be offered to students from through grades 8th to 10th. It gives access to higher level coursework in the 8th and 9th grade. Bookdale and Litchfield will pilot this first. Also, students necessarily they can request to be put in these classes. We know that usually AP classes comes via recommendation of the teacher or the counselor. Students themselves can request, as I understand it, to take these classes, as well as for students who believe that they have the ability to test out of some of these classes are able to take a test to test out of the class. The reason why that's important because it can count towards college credit. For some of our scholars. So those who may have not done all the work but think that they're able to do it can test out. Students also can come and sit for the test that are not our students, and it is a cost to them to take the test, but that's available as well because it can count as a college prerequisite course. Also, AP Geometry with Statistics is being offered as a full-year course, and it will be offered during the school years of 25-26 for grades 9th through 12th. Also, a new introduction to computer science, which was requested by STEM and is required for their STEM designation. They'll receive 1 elective credit from 9th through 12th grade. STEM is thinking 9th and 10th grade. Ohio Department of Education requires a teaching endorsement for this. However, which is really a great opportunity, they're waiving the endorsement in the fall, but Akron University and Kent State are offering free classes for teachers. So you can get this endorsement added to your teaching license, and it would be for free. All teaching materials and student platforms are provided free by code.org. Again, the training is required for the teachers, but it's also being offered for free from Kent State University and the University of Akron. However, for the fall, that requirement is being waived. The options are Ohio STEM Learning Network, it's $2,000, but as I said, grants may be provided to teachers in underrepresented districts. This is just a training for the course and not an endorsement. The University of Akron and Kent awarded grants for 30 APS educators to receive computer science licensure endorsement. So when you see the Ohio STEM component network, that's for a grant. That's just for training. What the University of Akron is offering in Kent State is an endorsement. And for clarity, well, the educators know the endorsement can be added to your teaching license as almost an additional credential. That concludes our report, Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you for your report. Next is Equity Committee.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. The Equity Committee met on February the 5th. Those present for the meeting was Vice President Jackson, Dr. Molnar, Ms. Hall, Dr. Robinson, Dr. Chapman, Ms. Alexander, and myself. And we had a good meeting. It was thorough. It was a lot of good information that was given to us. A lot of good questions too that we had that was going on. And it started out with the teaching and learning and professional development that was provided by Dr. Chapman, and she presented us with a diversity wheel. And this is a picture of diversity wheel. It's 2 different sides, and it has a lot of areas on here. It has the values, assumptions, beliefs, and the powers of diversity. And so they did that and explained that to us. They also went on to tell us that there were a number of individuals who were trained and who have been in training with this information, and there were 231 individuals who were part of this training, the Equity Foundation training that was done in January of this year. And there were 98 professional staff. There were 17 from Betty Jane. There were 18 from Sam Salem. There were 27 from APS Online, AAA, and JDC. And there were 71 from Garfield who went through the training. Dr. Chapman also gave us, which I think we all thought was really nice, a portrait of a culturally responsible educator, staff, and leader. And it has 4 different sections of this here. And one is social skills. The other is real world skills, teacher learning and development skills, and personal skills. And it's a very good document that they use when they're going through training with the staff at APS. They are trying to meet with as many staff as they can to make sure they get an understanding of this, so we can begin. This is part of the equity piece that we're educating everybody on equity and how to use equity with whichever position they're at, whether it's a principal, whether it's counselor, teacher, custodian, bus driver, where they're implementing that with all these individuals. Also, they went on to talk about this CHAMPS. And for those who don't know about CHAMPS, CHAMPS is part of a training that they use to help teachers with classroom management. And they also gave us a handout here that showed us various aspects of CHAMPS, and there's 2 different sides of the CHAMPS that they went over. We had a lot of good discussion in reference to all these things. And then Dr. Chapman and Mrs. Alexander also went to Mount Union to present on February the 3rd. And from what I gather, they got a lot of good reviews on the training that they did down there. There are people who were asking questions in reference to what we're doing here in Akron Public Schools, and I think it's good that they're asking us questions. That means they're learning, trying to learn from what we're doing, which I think is really good. I think that might be it that we had. Looking at my notes, that's all we had. But there was a very good meeting. We did go over a little bit as well because the discussion was so good and it was warranted to explain a lot of this here. I cannot explain all of this here, so I suggest that you contact Dr. Chapman because she's the expert in this here and she can explain everything. But I think this is really good stuff that we're doing here at Akron Public Schools to help all of our staff, because we know that equity is a major piece of, in no matter what organization you're in, but especially in the education field, because we need to make sure that our students will get what they need, but also in order for our students to get what they need, we have to make sure that our educators and those who are leading them get what they need as well. So this is our report for the Equity Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Are there any questions? Thank you. And so moving on to item 29.1, unfinished business. And this is just acknowledging that this is the second reading of the redistricting proposal that we did see earlier. There is no new business. Item 31.1. There is a need to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G3, holding a conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject of pending court actions under Revised Code 122.22G3. To consider the dismissal of a public employee or official of the district under Revised Code 121.22G1, and to consider the employment of a public employee or official under Revised Code 121.22G1. Please note that there may be action after session. Is there a motion to recess into executive session?
So moved.
It's moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We are at recess at 8:05 p.m.
It should be. It should be. Absolutely should be free.
All right, we're on.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you. We are reconvening from executive session at 9:38. At this time, we will entertain a motion to accept resolution number 24-016.
Ms. Altree, is the video on or no? Is it okay?
Is there a motion to accept this resolution?
I move to accept that resolution.
It's been moved by Member Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Alexander. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Altree?
Ms. Jackson?
Yes, I thought there was the, yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Sykes? Mrs. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Perry, seconded by Mr. Alexander. Is there any discussion?
There was one thing I thought Member Hall wanted to say before we adjourned.
Member Hall?
I was just trying to wait to when it was appropriate time. But just really quick, I just wanted for the people that's watching and the people that's in the room to know that on Thursday, the City of Akron, Serve Ohio, and Summit County Continuum of Care is hosting a community wash day. It's called Tumble Together Thursday, where you come to the laundromat, Super Laundry on Britton Road, across the street from Chapel Hill Mall, or the old Chapel Hill Mall. You get up to 2 loads free to wash. So we are paying for you to wash your clothes for a healthy new year. So that's all I wanted to say. From 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. is the last load.
Thank you for that information. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Autry, yes. We are adjourned at 9:41 p.m. Thank you.